Good evening. Feeling a bit better today. And we are going to keep working on this little game. Yesterday, we added... Let's see. What did we add yesterday? We added the navigation grid. Huh? Pretty cool. Which updates as we move shizz around. Pretty nice. Works quite well. Bit sketchy when it comes to larger objects, but it's fine for now. It does the job. We had to handcraft it. If you're doing a 3D game, you can get a navigation mesh for free, but we had to make our own. But it seems to work okay. So that's what we did yesterday. We also added this little guy. Hang on, let me turn the lights up. We also added this little guy. Little medbot. I've given him a body. And he will seek out any caskets that are inside his navigation, well, not navigation grid, but inside this med sensor, which I need to give a graphic. But he will seek out any caskets that are inside the sensor area, and he will try and heal them by walking up to them and, well, currently he just heals it, but we're going to make that have some sort of effect. So that's what we did yesterday. We didn't mess about with the doors too much. Why did he just wink? Please don't wink. Okay, his eye is kind of freaked out. He's not fully closing one of his eyes. That's okay. I'm not going to start looking at door stuff, although that's technically not door stuff. I think it's because of the frame rate. It's because I've got that navigation grid drawing. We'll have to solve that at some point. But I was messing about earlier, and I added lighting. You may have noticed. Haha, sucks to be you, douchebag door. You may have noticed there's a little bit of lighting going on, which is pretty neat. So I've added... let's lower the global light a bit. Bring it down to like that. See how they've got light now that tracks where they're looking. Pretty cool. And I've also made it so that there's a light on their sensor bar. So that can be controlled in the same way that the robot core can control the color of its sensor bar. That color of the sensor bar is also linked to a light color, so it should glow a bit, which is relatively rad. So if we power up this guy, we should see I need to make this crank more efficient for testing purposes. Wakey, wakey, little guy. If you crank while he's blinking, he starts to freak out. Which is a minor problem that I'll solve at some point. See that? That's because we're giving him power whilst he's trying to blink. That's pretty cool. And if we come down here, there's our little medbot who doesn't have a collision mesh at the moment. But we'll give him one. And he recharges the health of this guy. Pretty cool, sort of. So let's bring this down into this room, just for now. We'll put it, I don't know, here. It's very dark. But that's where we're going to add... Oh no, I started all the way over there. Right. I think the lights had quite a lot. If I can actually set up the area to have real lighting. Whoa, what happened there? Look, robot. Cut it out. So that'll charge him. Nice. Go on, little medbot, heal him up. So, there's a few things that are not ideal. First of all, the medbot always tries to go to the foot of the casket. I think I'd rather it went to the head. Secondly, the medbot doesn't have a collision mesh. Thirdly, it seems to be doing that weird lazy eye thing. But, you know, in terms of a medbay, it's starting to be alright. Right, I want to get rid of some of these debug logs. Don't need these anymore. Yeah, we can get rid of all these. QL. There was some other debug logs I want to get rid of. There's a whole bunch of these that I just never need. Yeah, don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Shh. Do need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Sleeper socket part. Draw array. Hello, G-Boon. This is in C#, yeah. I don't know why there's a ray getting drawn. Oh, right. They don't actually need that. I'm going to remove that component from these guys. They don't need it. How many lines? It's hard to say, really. It's kind of split up. Why does that break? Sleep socket 1. It's kind of split up into many, many classes. I guess they do need that. Can I bring that back? Yeah. Do. But I do want to stop it from doing that. Yeah, it's not as much code as you might think. Although it is. It's a lot of different classes. But each one doesn't actually do that much. Line 34. Sleeper socket, line 34. Oh, that's sleeper casket. Line 34. Middle part. Oh, I see. I'm using a project template. A very basic one, just the 2D one. The old 2D-aroo. Which gives you some very basic stuff. There's a lot of stuff that you can just use kind of by default. Like, you can just set up lighting, which I've been playing about with, which is quite nice. And the physics you kind of get for free, as long as you know how to configure it. Why not use Java? Are you mental, man? I will counter that by saying, why would I use Java? If you can give me a good reason why I should use Java, feel free. I'm quite happy with the lighting. I need to actually add lights throughout the level. But the actual lighting itself, I think, is working pretty well. So, in terms of what we're going to add today, I'm not sure. Have I tried Godot before? No. No. And I've got no intention of doing so. Although, actually, that's not strictly true. I do have a vague intention of doing so. I think I even installed it. But I'm not using Godot. I'm using Unity because I kind of know how to use Unity, which is as close as I get to knowing something. So I'm going to use the thing that I know how to use. Which I think is a reasonable approach. Excited for Unity 6? Yeah, I don't really know that much about it. I don't know what Unity 6 is. I'm very uneducated in this domain. I'm not up to speed. But I do know that in the past I've used Unity for making random shit. So I was like, you know what? I'll use Unity to make some more random shit. And it's going well, I think. Yeah. Nice. Right, let's check that our socket is still working correctly. A little medbot. God damn it. Really happy with our pathfinding solution. Nice. So it's all still working. That's good to know. Has he got the lazy eye still? Yeah, kind of. That's okay. So, next up, I want to make the little medbot have a collision mesh so that we can't walk through him. Which should be fine. Let's do that. Medbot, where's my medbot? There he is. Did I? Hang on. Medbot. Apply that to the prefab. I feel like I used to have a button up here for applying stuff to the prefab. I'm not really sure where it's gone. It's just kind of vanished. Right. Medbot. Oh, can I turn off those freaking light source things? That's better. Right, good old medbot. You are supposed to be further up. And we need to give him a collision mesh. And for that, I think we just have to update the sprite to have a good collision mesh. We're not going to make it perfect. Usually I would make it perfect, but I can't be asked. We'll make it good enough for now. The old good enough plan. Yeah, I consider that good enough. Nice. And then we need to... I don't know if there's an easier way to do this, but if I nuke his collider... I can't because grabbable depends on it. If I remove grabbable, there must be an easier way to refresh a collider, but I find if you just remove it and then re-add it, it'll regenerate. Probably make a little button to do that for me, but I haven't. So now we should have his collision sorted out properly. Let's bring the player down there so we don't have to walk through the gauntlet every time. Cool. How long have I spent learning / using Unity? Not a lot of time. I'm kind of just learning it as I go, honestly. I know the basics, and I knew the basics when I started this project, but I've only ever done like super basic stuff with it. Like, I know how the object graph kind of works. I know the concept of components. I know about writing components. I vaguely understood the physics. But I've been learning a lot on this project so far. I've been learning a lot on this project, which is pretty neat. So now we can drag this guy properly. I feel like I might have broken him a bit. God, this guy's totally spazzing out. I think that's because he was trying to blink while his power was recharging. Cool. I guess it is kind of working. Yeah. I'm really happy with our navigation grid. I think it was a really good... I think it was very satisfying getting that working yesterday. So he's got his proper collider now. That's pretty cool. He does freak out when we grab him, but that's because I'm rotating his body to be in the direction of movement. So depending on which way we grab him, his body is rotating in that direction, which we don't actually want whilst we're grabbing him. So, where are you? We can fix that, I think. Medbot. Where is it? Rotate me. So we only want to rotate him if we're not grabbing him. So we need to... he is grabbable. So we need to store his grabbable. That gives us all the information about who's grabbing him, etc. Then we can say if grabbable is being grabbed. So we can say if he's not being grabbed, rotate his body. And that should maybe solve that problem. And that would be pretty neat. Okay. Let's okay, that's good. I think I should make it so that if we're grabbing him, he looks at us. Although having him look at where he's trying to get is fine as well. Yeah, it's fine. Cool. So what else did I want to do? I wanted to make it so that he didn't target the bottom of this casket. I want him to target the top of it. So let's think about that. So for that, I think we need to make it so that caskets have got just a kind of empty object, which is let's call it the interaction point. We can make the interaction point be at the head. Sure. And then where's casket? We can make him have an interaction point. Interaction point equals get. No, I don't want to get a component in a child. Yeah, we'll just pass it in, sod it. So we can go interaction point is interaction point. Cool. So then we've got the medbot core role. So this is the behavior for the medbot. So currently we're saying just go to the casket. Instead, we can say go to the casket's interaction point. And that should be Gucci. In fact, interaction point can be interaction point dot position. Then we can nuke this from everywhere. So get path to location, interaction point, track the interaction point. Oh, track up. Yeah, okay. Track the interaction point, and why are we doing get path to location multiple times? Oh, we're getting the path to our own location so that it stops the pathfinding. That's what that is. So if we've reached him, we just say get a new path, which is to ourselves. I should probably just have something that's like stop following path, because that's a bit counterintuitive. Current path equals new list of nodes. Yeah. And then here we can just say stop following the path if we've reached it. Cool. So now, in theory, he should aim for the head. Should have aimed for the head. He should aim for the head instead of the legs. Let's see if that's true. Go to sleep, little casket. You're going to run out of power. Nice. So now it's out of power. That means the occupant's getting injured. And he is kind of going for the head. Hang on, let's turn on the navigation grid for a sec and see what's happening. Let's move the casket. So he is trying to get to the head. I guess sometimes there's scenarios where he can't reach it, like there. He cannot reach the head, so he just gives up. Which is a bit awkward, actually, because the only thing stopping it is me. I could make it so that he doesn't care about us, and we'll just try and push past us. But you'd still have other issues. Like, the problem is that our nodes are big, right? The bigger our nodes are, the harder it is for him to actually get close. I'm not sure why he's not getting close there. Like, he's very hit and miss about whether he'll actually walk up to the thing. I guess, to be fair, I have said if you get within 2 units of it, you don't have to walk to it anymore. Let's make that 1 unit. I should make that configurable, really. So now he has to be closer to it before he gives up walking. But I do need to figure out what he does if someone's blocking the place he's trying to get. because at the moment he'll just give up. James says node CS needs a public property that is node size divisor, which you can then use in your other code to multiply back up to get to grid size. What? It does have that. It's called node radius. Well, actually, I don't think each individual node has that, but the grid does. The grid has that faux cheesy. I don't think we've had to use it yet, though, because everything deals in terms of units, so I think it's mostly fine. But I think this is working mostly okay. Mostly. Except that he's not healing anymore because the radius is too low. But if I make the radius too big, then he doesn't play ball. Yeah, I'm going to make you 1.5. Yeah, I'm going to turn you into a thing that we can set. But we can put it on the medbot. Interaction range. Yeah. And then in the behavior for the medbot, that can use interaction range. And I also want to add, while we're here, healing per second. Which we can use instead of this. Nice. So now we can configure both of those. What happens if I jam the target point of the path into a wall? With no path, does he never try to go to the casket? No, he will actually try to go to it at the moment, which is a bit awkward. That's another solvable problem. He'll set it as his target, but then he'll never actually walk towards it. Like if I cram it against this wall. Like that. See that? He is trying to get to it, because you can tell because he's looking at it. But he's got no way of reaching it. Because if we turn on the nav grid, he's okay with reaching stuff if, even if the grid itself can't be reached, as long as one of its neighbors can be reached, it'll go there. Which is fine. But it means that in that situation, he'll never even try and reach it. But then if we move it out to the point where there are 3 nodes next to the interaction point, then he will go. So he's a little bit jank, but he's okay for now. I think for that, we'd just want to tweak, like, maybe the node radius. Maybe we might need to update the pathfinding to be a bit cleverer. Currently, it's point to point, right? Node to node. which is fine, except when people are bigger than one node. I think it works perfectly if everything was one node size or smaller. But because it's not, it doesn't. I guess... No. I'm not sure how you'd improve upon that. But it's good enough for now, that's for sure. It's definitely good enough for now. Let's bring the lights back up. I was playing with lights earlier. But let's bring them up for now. There we go. So, what's the next thing on our list of things to do? We probably want to make it so that the robot does some sort of an effect when he's healing the casket so that you can see it's happening. And I think for that we should probably use the particle effects, but I've never used them before. So this might be a bit interesting. Let's see if we can make a particle effect. You like the dimness? Yeah, I like the dimness as well. We are definitely going to have the dimness. But for while we're doing this dev stuff, let's make it a bit brighter, eh? But I think we can... I think when you first wake up, the ship's supposed to be, like, not doing great. So we can have, like, the light be flickering. We can have, like, the... I think I'm going to position lights instead of relying on the global light. So I think the global light will always be dim. I was playing with it earlier, and if you just reduce the intensity of it, it looks pretty lame. Like if you just reduce the intensity, it looks, yeah, it's kind of flat, right? It's kind of lame. But if you change its color to be like a dark blue, you can get it looking quite cool, you know? Instead of just being like, oh, it's grey everywhere. If you make it a dark blue, it actually looks quite nice. And not very intense dark blue as like your global lighting. And then we can actually have light points. Like we can have a light switch that, well, well, we could have light switches. There's no reason we couldn't have light switches, actually. Yeah, blue is good looking, right? So we could add lights and then a light switch that you interact with to turn the lights on. We could definitely add that. The only problem with the blue is if you actually increase the global intensity, everything's blue. But we're never going to increase the global intensity, I think. I think global intensity will always be 0.1. And then we'll handle lighting through actual lights. I think that just makes sense. But for now, let's set the color back to... Well, can I just disable the light, actually? What happens if I disable the light? It goes black. Shit. What if I add another light? Called dev light. And then I disable this one. Yeah, that's better. Cool. So, lights and light switches is definitely something we could do. But for now, I want to create a particle effect. which I've never done before. But this is how you learn stuff, right? I see. Particle system. A whole lot of settings. Like a million settings. I want like a beam. Like a green beam. Emission. Shape. Shape. Cone. Yeah. Arc. I don't know, like 45 degrees. Spread. I don't know. I don't really know what this is doing. Keep it at 0. That's the kind of thing we want, right? Maybe with a reduced angle? I feel like that's the kind of thing we want. Can I... give it... like an image? I must be able to. Instead of it just doing these purple things, I must be able to give it an image, right? Mm, 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 mm. Texture. No, that's not it. I really thought texture would be it. Like I really would have thought texture would be it. What else would texture mean? I guess that's not what texture means. There must be somewhere. Uh, Open editor? Sure. There must be something in here where I can say, this is what you look like. Renderer. It's not a material, is it? Render mode. Billboard, sure. It's not a material. Surely it's not a material. No, it's not. Although we might want to mess with that at some point. How hard can it be to just say, and there must be a way to just say, by the way, this is the sprite that you're using. There must be. Mm, mm, mm. Texture that the particles will sample their color from. No, that's not what I want. I don't want them to just be a colour. I want it to fire out like little healing shapes. Let's ask the old chat GPT. In Unity, if I have a particle, what's it called? Particle effect. Can I make it so each particle is drawing a sprite of my choosing? Currently, I can only figure out how to change its color and stuff. But I want the particles to be an image of my choosing. Yes, you can. Okay, cool. Prepare your sprite. Yeah. Change the render mode to mesh. Okay. Okay. Choose quad. Okay. Go to material. You need to create or assign a material that uses sprite as its texture. Okay. I feel like there is one already. Isn't it called like default sprite default? Assign your sprite to the material by setting the material's albedo property to your sprite texture. What? What? But I don't. This seems like way more effort than it should be, right? To just. What the hell is an albedo property? So do I need to make a separate material for... Maybe I do. I'm going to get rid of this glow. That was me testing some stuff earlier with lighting. So if I create a material and I call it, I don't know, healing material. Then I genuinely have no idea what I'm doing. I still don't see an albedo. And I'm not writing a shader. I don't understand how I assign the sprite to the material. Does that mean I'd need to create a separate material for each sprite that I wanted to use in a particle effect? Yes, you need to create a separate material for each sprite you want to use. Okay. In the shader drop-down, choose a shader that's suitable for particles. Uh-huh. What can we use as our particle shape for now? Some eyes. Okay. So now if I go back to... This is so janky, by the way. Now if I go back to our particle system... Then I can change the material to be healing material. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I feel like that didn't work. Mm, 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 mm. We're getting there. Okay, okay. Progress. This is progress. So now let's create a new layer called healing particle. And we're just going to make it be this. Particles. Healing. So now we can change this to be healing. Although I need to actually delete these. Let's export that again. Nice. So then, can I somehow make this... There we go. And if we go back to the medbot, that's not bad, eh? I mean, it's not what we want, but it's getting there. So let's just run my little set sprite settings. It just cleans it up a bit. Then probably want them to be a bit smaller. Uh-huh. We're definitely getting there. I feel like that doesn't do anything. Okay. So something like that. Cool. Can I make each particle like show some light? Light prefab to be used for spawning light particles. Okay. So then let's create a new folder called lights. I bet I could have cheesed it. By using this. So we want a new. Where are you? Where are you? Do we just want a new empty game object? No, a light is a very specific thing. Okay, so let's create a light in the scene, just for now. We'll make it be a spotlight. We'll make it be green. We'll make it be pretty intense. Healing glow. Yeah, healing glow. Let's put that into the prefabs. Then, tell you what, considering I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, I think this is going quite well. Then, Where was that particle thing? Lights. We give that healing glow? No? But that is a light. Let's ask the old GPT. Cool. That worked. Thanks. Now I want to add a glow to each particle. I thought I could add a light, but it wants a light prefab, and I have no idea what that means. Catch you later, James. I don't want to use post-processing. I don't want to use a custom shader. Each light is computationally expensive. Whatever. Actually, we can probably just cheese it. I think I actually agree with it on that one. We can... just give this guy a light. A spotlight. Let's see what he looks like in the real world. Let's see what he looks like in his prefab. I think I need to turn on the lights again. Maybe. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Sure. Make that be green. And then... no, that can't just be on there. In fact, the particle effects probably shouldn't be on there either. Let's create a new... this can be our healing ray. So we actually need the particle effect to be on the healing ray, which is actually super depressing because I don't know if I can just transfer it over. Hello, night. Can I want to transfer this to a different object. Shit, what have I done? I've made a huge mistake. Goodbye, night. Sorry I couldn't help you learn Pi. I assume you mean Python. I guess we'll just recreate it. I don't know what I've done. Copy component. Paste component values. Okay, good. Then we can remove this one. Cool. Let's set that to be at 0, 0, 0. Maybe we'll move it up a little bit. Also, I'm turning off those light gizmos again. So then it's the healing ray that should have the light. I think I resent that this is suddenly here, but whatever. Let's give it a light. I do need that gizmo back on now. And I actually want to modify this particle because we want it to be firing forwards, right? Emission? Shape? Angle? No, not angle. Rotation? No, not that. I think it's rotation Z. It's probably not this. There's probably another setting somewhere that I should be using. But that works, so sod it, right? Then we want our light to only be displayed where we're firing the beam out. We want our light to be green. And we can tweak the rest of it. Let's run it and see how it looks. The light needs a greater radius. Please stop moving. Come back. I think it needs a greater radius. I feel like I don't know what I'm doing. Which is fine. Is it just me or is this light not updating? This light is definitely not updating, right? It'd be easier to see if I turn off the other lights, I guess. Hmm. Hmm. I guess it is updating. So make it be like that. Make the fallout strength be, I don't know, summon. Crank up the intensity a bit. How do I make the particles fire? I think they might be firing, but they're displaying underneath the rest of it. So do I need to set like what layer my particle thing is on? I probably do, right? I probably have to set its layer. Yeah, we're getting there. And then we can theoretically change where the beam is targeting. So that's pretty cool. We can improve that later, but for now, we have a healing ray, right? So that's pretty neat. Thing is, when I end this, it's going to settle these back to their original values, which I'm not going to be happy about. I'm not sure how you can keep them. I guess I'll just copy the component as it is. Then it'll reset it. And I'll paste their values in. Then the particle effects, we needed to change the sorting layer. We'll make its order in the layer be, I don't know, 6. And I need to learn how the hell I turn this on and off. Play on awake? No. Cool. So then we can need to create a script for the healing ray. Sure. And cool. Cool. Uh, It has a stop. Surely it has a start as well. Play, play, play. Right, cool. So that should now in theory, if we give the healing ray, hang on, I've been modifying this medbot, haven't I? I'm sure I used to have a button here that was like, this guy is modified from the prefab. And my button has disappeared. It's actually really annoying. It was a really useful button. I wonder if it disappeared because of that mad thing I did. This thing. I'm going to comment out this entire file. That was when I was playing with shadows earlier. Hello, Heathrun. The only stream worth watching. Yeah, totally. It's back, look. Overrides. Apply all. That's the button I was missing. Let's make the light be disabled by default on the healing ray. And I need the healing ray to have the healing ray script, right? Cool. So then the medbot needs a method that is like because the controller has to be able to say to the medbot, heal this guy. Heal target. And that would take a casket occupant. Hello, Badger. I'm the only game worth playing. Yeah. So we probably want to modify this in the future, but for now, because we'll probably want it to be able to heal other stuff. Maybe we might want it to be able to heal us if we can take damage. But for now, we'll do it exclusively for casket occupants. Healing target. Let's do that. And then has this got an update? Yeah. So in the update, we want to say if healing target is not null. I should invert that if, but I can't be asked. Then healing target health plus equals this dot healing per second times time delta time. This healing target health equals mathf min this healing target health, this healing target max health. That's just so that he can't be healed beyond his max health. Hello, Icarus. I have overcome my existential crisis over the door obsession. It's actually pretty cool what we're doing now, I think. This dot healing ray. I mean, arguably the healing ray should be the one doing the healing, but who cares? For now, it's just a visual. Let's store the healing ray. Yoink. And then that lets us say this dot healing ray. Did I not? Yeah, turn on, turn off. Else. Turn off. And then we also need to... This is where it gets weird. We need to focus the healing ray on our target. Which is going to be mildly awkward. Time to go with the obvious solution here. Hello, friend. My healing ray is looking cool. However, I need the ray to rotate to be facing the target. Help me out. Is it seriously just that? No way. Maybe it is that. So then, this guy, instead of directly modifying that, he can say this dot bot dot heal target damaged casket occupant. This dot bot dot healing ray. Turn off. Sure. Let's see what that does. Experimentation is the key. I don't expect this to work, but that's fine. Let's lower the lights a bit. Well, I mean, I guess it didn't quite work. But why? That's the question. Why didn't it quite work? I was expecting him to start firing mad laser beams. So he's inside the interaction range. Let's put a debug log in here. And let's put one here. Healing. Stopping healing. Let's see what the log says. Also, let's swap from the dev light back to the global light. Get a bit of atmosphere going on. I should probably delete that random light. Yeah, it is cool, isn't it? He's never healing. Is it because... Oh, look! He kind of is. Does it look a bit naff? Sure. Is it not aiming at the right place? Sure. But it's something. It should be firing the light as well, which is what I don't get. It should have enabled the light, right? The light is enabled. But I don't see the light. Curiouser and curiouser. And he should be stopping healing, right? He should be stopping healing. Hang on. This dot bot dot healing ray. No, this dot bot dot heal target equals null. This. I need to tidy this up, but for now we're just trying to get it working a bit. What I don't get is why that light is enabled. Well, I get why the light's enabled, but I don't get why we're not actually seeing it when it's enabled. You know? Because I feel like we should be. Well, let's give it another try. Heal him. Please heal him. So there's definitely something wrong. He says he's healing. He's turned on the light. I think it's to do with that weird look at function. You know how you can't trust ChatGPT? I think that's where it's at. What if we just say don't do that for now? I don't think I trust that transform.lookat. I think in 3D it's probably fine. I think in 2D it's probably not. Can trust AI, it's made by Google. No, ChatGPT's Microsoft, not Google. It's arguably partially working. Your mistake, you can trust Microsoft. Yeah, totally. He doesn't seem to be pathfinding. Oh no, he is. The sarcasm does indeed work. Um, so the particles aren't playing, which is annoying. Unless they are playing, and I'm just missing something. They are playing, we just can't see them. Why can't we see them? But this time they're not playing. Oh, is this where I made that modification to the particles, but I didn't do it here? No, I did. Look, sorting layer. Play. Stop. Play. Stop. Particle system. Particle system. Play. It's enabling the light, which means it should be calling play on the particle system. Which means it should be playing the particle system, right? Is there anything else I could be missing? What if I just set it to always be playing? And instead of doing play stop, which is probably what you're supposed to do, let's do enable disable instead. So check this out. I was using this, and it says, oh, this is obsolete. The enable emission property is deprecated. Use emission.enabled instead. So I'm like, okay, emission enabled. Then it's like, what are you doing? You're not allowed to modify emission. So the obsolete thing told me to come and do this, and this thing goes, hey, you can't do this. Are you crazy? Lame. Equals true. That's literally what it told me to do. Cannot modify the return value because it's not a variable. I'm using the obsolete one. I don't care. Also, let's only do this once. Right, let's see if that works. I won't be happy with having to use that obsolete method, but if it works, I'll certainly live with it. Temporarily. Nice. Obviously the light needs a bit of tweaking. The particles probably need a bit of tweaking. But it's pretty good. It's arguably good enough. Now we just need to actually get that rotate working. Which I'm going to give this look at another chance. And then, assuming that works, assuming, what do we do next? I think the robot should have a home, so that when he's finished healing and he's got nobody else to heal, we can tell him to go home. Yeah, see, look at just doesn't work. Hmm. I think we've uber broke something. I don't trust that look at. Uh, um, should let me do that, right? Okay, fine. So then we can say healing ray. Look at diff. Maybe? No, that's not going to work. I need to rotate to that angle. I've got that code somewhere, don't I? Sure. Rotate me. I'm just going to steal this. Yoink. Maybe? Maybe that'll work? Probably won't. But it's all about trial and error, isn't it? Trial and error. I need to stop him spamming stopping healing all the time. Ah, trial and error is a wonderful thing. Nice. It's arguably working. Let's increase the range on the medbot. I mean, there's still a lot of tweaking that needs doing, don't get me wrong. But you see how it is kind of working. Now we just need to make it let's make the heal target be the casket itself for now. I'm half-assing so much of this. Then here we want to do occupant. And then here we want to do interaction point. Yeah. Now it should look a lot better. Oh, right. We just pass in the casket. Cool. It's gonna forever bitch about me using enable emission. Use emission.enable instead. Well, I would do. Okay, it's kind of weird that he's always doing that now, but I think I know why that is. So now let's increase his interaction range. Huh? 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 Pretty good, right? I mean, his pathfinding is still a bit janky, but that's a separate problem. This is theoretically actually working. That is healing the occupant, I assume. Yeah, it is. It can't out-heal the damage, but it is healing him. We can prove that by plugging him in. I should make this thing have a light source. I've been neglecting the sleeper sleeper thingies. Sockets. Heal him. And look, his health's going back up. What happens when he hits full health? Does he stop healing? He should do. Yes! Awesome. Then we take him out the socket. His power starts to drain because he's not plugged in. Once the power goes down, he starts losing health. And the medbot tries to save him. I'm pretty pleased with that. Let's plug him back in. The medbot refuses to walk over to him when he's plugged in. I'm not sure why. Because he's not at full health. Let's have a look at the nav mesh. Because yeah, okay. This is the problem that needs fixing. The whole nav mesh problem. He's not going to move towards it because he's trying to get to this point, and none of this point's neighbors are accessible. So he's just never going to reach it. He's just going to give up on life. Which means we'd have to rethink the pathfinding. Try and make it go, well, you can't get there, but get as close as you possibly can. That'd be the way to do it. Get as close as you possibly can. which we would do by... Well, actually, before we do that, I'm quite happy with all those changes. Added healing ray and a bunch of light stuff. Or just add the neighbor's neighbors to get in within range. Well, yeah, exactly, right? So currently, my pathfinding, which I stole from one of my other projects, says, if you've reached the end node, then you're done. If the end is blocked, and any of your neighbors are the end node, then you're done. But then we'd need to say, James says, from my limited A-star experience, isn't it hard to find something closer but along the path? Because without a destination, you don't get a path. Yeah, which is why in my other project I added this. You could do something like... a list of blocked end nodes. Then you could say, you probably want a function for this. Which takes a list of nodes and a node. And this says, if all current node neighbors any. But then you're just extrapolating it out one further layer, right? We need it to be able to manage any size. Then we just run into the problem again when we have a bigger object. So we need to say like, if node dot collider does not equal myself. I feel like end is blocked isn't strictly true. And end node collider does not equal null. Yeah, exactly. I don't know how big objects will get, so we should probably come up with a nice solution that will work for any size. So then they'll just get as close to the object as they possibly can. As long as it's not going to stop. So if there's an object between them and it that's fully blocking it, like a door or something, but we want to basically ignore whatever is in the final node, right? So actually, that's what we want to do. We want to say, okay, the end is blocked. So that means end collider equals end node collider, right? So that is who is blocking the end. So then we want to say, we want to make like an iterative function that'll scan for the closest point. Ignore blocks in path and just go until you hit something. Yeah, we could do that. But then the pathfinding just won't work, right? If you ignore blocks in the path. Then it won't navigate around any other obstacles either. So what we really want to do is say, okay, we know what the end collider is. We want a list of all the nodes that contain the end collider. and we say, if you've reached one of those, you're fine. It's not perfect, because ideally you want to sprout out from the origin point. So what you really want to do is what I'm trying to do here, but I'm trying to figure out the logic of it. So basically, if we load this up so that we can actually see, all right. Let's load this up so we can actually think about what I'm trying to accomplish here. Get the old visual reference going on. So, here he is, right? And the target point is like here, let's say. But it's actually here, I think. It's one of these. Now he's happy to go there, which is cool. But if that was blocked, then we need to say from this point, what is the closest node that is not part of this collider, that this guy's not blocking, right? So we would say, this guy is blocked. Check all my neighbors. They're all blocked. Check all my neighbors' neighbors. One of them is not blocked. That's cool. Something like that. I think that's what we want to do. So like, yeah, if node, we need to pass in the end collider. Node collider equals null, then we're fine. Which is what you suggested in fails for bigger objects. You have to keep going neighbors, neighbors, neighbors. Yeah, which is why I'm making this recursive, right? So it'll keep going. But it's not strictly what you suggested for bigger objects, because you were saying just do it for one layer. I'm saying keep doing it for every layer. Keep doing it. Make this recursive. So if node collider equals end collider. Yeah, that is the difference. Yeah. So if the current node is the end collider, then block nodes add node. We add it to the list. And we do something for each neighbor. Yeah. 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 Sure. Let's try that. So let's call something with blocked end nodes, end node, end collider. And then here we just want to say and blocked end nodes contains current node. Maybe? Recursively checking neighbors will eventually get him into a hall that runs parallel to the real target room. Yeah, if the entire room is blocked, but I consider that legitimate. Then we can have some logic where when he's reached the end of his path, then what does he do? But that'd only be the case if all of the neighbors that were blocking were all part of the end target, right? It'd have to be like one Uber object that was filling the entire room. I don't know if this is going to work, but let's give it a try. Yeah, emergent behaviors are cool. That's kind of the philosophy for this, is just throw shit at it and see what happens. I need to make that particle effect start off disabled. We get a stack overflow. Well, I see. You know, that makes a lot of sense. Of course we get a stack overflow. It would have just kept bouncing from neighbor to neighbor back and forth. Do 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 do. Embiggen the stack. Never. I'm so glad I added lights to the eyes. I think they add a little bit of coolness. Right, he should be trying to reach it now. It's a little bit sus that he's not. It's a little bit sus that he's not trying to reach it. I might need a way to see what my blocked node list contains. Because this is the central node. I feel like my blocked nodes should contain these, but then it should reach these and stop. But then it should say, okay, I'm allowed to walk through these nodes, which isn't strictly accurate, but it's good enough. To be fair, when I was looking at this, I was like, this is arguably too simple. I need to see what blocked end nodes contains. Let's just let that compile. I mean, I'm not sure what the solution for this is. I think it might be once he gets within a certain radius of the target, pathfinding stops and we control him in some other way. But that doesn't help with the moving towards them problem, which is what we're trying to solve now, right? Right, let's see what happens when he runs out of power. There's 18 nodes in blocked end node. I'm going to be honest, 18 nodes is a significant amount. Could be correct, though. It doesn't feel correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Hey, so it is right. So it is getting the right nodes. That's all his current object. Can I color the blocked end nodes yellow? That's a good idea. Maybe. Probably? Mm. I feel like this logic's correct as well, though. But if that was true, then he should be able to find a path. Because that's basically saying if you hit any of the blocked end nodes, then you're Gucci. Which isn't strictly true, but it should be true enough that he'll at least... What resets end is blocked false when neighbors are scanned? Nothing should be touching end is blocked. End is blocked only gets set at the beginning. I don't think I actually need end is blocked anymore now that I've got end collider. Now that I've got my list, I think end of blocked is actually obsolete, potentially. Where am I using it? I'm only using it there. I think it's obsolete. But that means that it should be building a path, right? It should for sure be able to build a path. Because it's saying if you reach any of the target's blocked nodes, then consider your path built. And just go to that node. Or go to the node closest to that node. But it looks like he's not getting a path. I think I'm actually going to have to walk through this as much as I don't want to. I think we're going to have to. Okay. So our blocked nodes are 18 of them. Sure. Current node is the medbot. Current node is, I can get it down here. Current node has no collider. Cool. I want to get to one where it has the guy. I know I could put a conditional breakpoint, but I find them too much hassle to set up. So we should eventually hit one where the collider is the casket. I guess I could set up a conditional. Current node does not equal null. So it has found a sleeper casket node, which should be in the blocked set. It is 714. Is 714 in the blocked set? This is going to be a nightmare to figure out. No. Maybe. 7. What? Why did you get hit? Conditional expression current node does not equal null is true. No, it's not. Oh, I'm such a fool. current node collider does not equal null. Right, that's the medbot. 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 Why is it only hitting the medbot nodes? Maybe? No. Yeah. Neighbor collider is not myself. Neighbor collider is not null. Neighbor collider is not end collider. That might be all I need, honestly. I still think it'll have a bunch of jank associated with it. Also, let's get rid of healing glow. And let's set the healing rays particle effect. How do I disable it? I don't see a disable option, like most things have. That's annoying. I don't want to stop it, because I can't figure out how to play it again. This time it might work. I don't think it's ideal, even if it does. I can already think of some edge cases where it won't work. Or at least won't work how we want it to. I think it's just going to get him as close as it can. Yeah. It doesn't understand. I mean, it partially understands. But it doesn't fully understand. See how it's trying to go there? And if I rotate it, then you'll see it's going to take a weird ass path. See that? Because it doesn't comprehend. It doesn't comprehend that I want it to go to this side. Well, it does, but it thinks it can walk through these. So I don't think that solution works. Also, yeah, maybe I can use stop emission instead of enable disable. Like stop is fine. Stop emission doesn't even exist. Unless it's emission dot stop emission. No. Like I should be able to do stop and start. Play. But when I do that, it doesn't work. Yeah, I know, James. There is stop and play, as you can see. The problem is they don't work. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate the wise guy attitude. But I will let you know that I did try that earlier and it doesn't work. Which is why I went with the enable disable. What you typed is different. Stop emitting. You did pass some stuff in. Let's make medbot have more of an interaction range. See, he should have stopped emitting. And then he should start again when he gets close. But these methods don't effing do anything. I'm going to increase his interaction range by default for now. Stops playing the particle system. Let's give it one more try. I thought particle systems were going to be really tricky. Turned out setting up the actual thing wasn't that bad, but trying to get it to turn on and off, it's a freaking nightmare. Yeah. See, the light's working. Mostly. Not everything can be as fun as working on door mechanics, that's certainly true. The yellow X was getting yellower, yeah. But now he's refusing to heal again, which I don't fully understand. got no healing target, but he should have a healing target because this guy's dead. Oh, there we go. So now he'll heal him up, which we can see he is doing incredibly slowly, but that makes sense. I just need to up his healing rate. Yeah, now he's healing him. And the particles are showing. But now the particles aren't showing. But all I did was change his healing rate. Why did those particles just start showing for like one time? I mean, honestly, the green light is probably fine without the particles, but I like the particles. I think they look cool. I don't get why the particles aren't being consistent. Why are the particles being so inconsistent? Yeah, totally. Screw the particles. It's so weird because the light and the particles are like intrinsically tied together. Like when I turn on the light, I tell the particle system to play. When I turn off the light, I tell the particle system to stop. That's the only things that ever interact with the particle system, is these two functions. So I don't get why the particle system has to be such a dick. I just don't get it. Like the healing ray has the light and it has the particles. And now it's firing them again. And now it's stopping them. And now it should be firing them. I don't get it. Why did they suddenly start firing? Why do they suddenly start firing when I seemingly do nothing? Whenever I look away, they start firing again. That seems to be the recurring theme. Hmm. It's going to be something to do with the particle settings, because I just kind of YOLO'd these. I don't know though. I feel like it should be fine. Do you reckon it keeps spamming play? It might be if you keep spamming play, it doesn't do anything. I think I figured it out. I think I figured it out. I was spamming play every turn. Probably. Yeah, that was it. Nice. The perfect crime? That's pretty cool. So, we've still got the issue with pathfinding, which is a very depressing issue. But it might be a manageable one. Also, I can't tell if my frame rate is tanking when the particles are playing. No, I don't think so. Cool. He's going to infinitely heal him because his healing is not actually strong enough to counteract the negative effects of the not being powered. But if I plug him in, then he should start getting healed properly. Now I need to give him a home so that when he's finished healing someone, he goes home, right? Give him like a little medbot bay that he can live in. I think that'd be pretty sweet. We've still got the pathfinding not being perfect, but I think that's a bigger issue. I think we'd have to dedicate quite a lot of time to actually solving that. Yeah, I agree. I think the medbot behaviors are cool. I think they're really rad. Like, we need to give him a home. A little charging station. Then we need to make him have a certain amount of power. Medbot Bay adds to limited medbot healing. Yeah! Like, make the medbot have a certain amount of med fuel. We could do that. And when they run out of fuel, they've got to go home. And if they've got nothing better to do with their time, they go home as well. I think that'd be pretty neat. Let's unplug him, see how he reacts. Once the power dies. Hey, not bad. Not bad at all. Cool. So I think a medbot house is probably the next thing. A sweet, sweet medbot house. Duh. Ugh. Nice. I think this game's starting to get pretty cool. I need to make it so that the angry door gives out like a different colour. So it's more obvious that he's angry. That he's not your regular door. Shit. I've got myself stuck. Nice. Things are shaping up quite nicely. So, that's neat. I think I can actually not make him play on Awake now. Cool. So, Medbot House. Medbot House. Medbot House. My main concern with the Medbot House is it's going to involve the goddamn pathfinding. But that's okay. So let's create a Medbot House. I guess it's not going to be, well, is it a Medbot House? Maybe it's just a... No, it can be explicitly a Medbot House. I was going to say maybe it's just a bot house that any bot can go to. I think we'll make a Medbot House for now. Let's give it a sprite. For now, it can be... I don't know. Anything for now. Maybe not anything. Let's make a medbot house. Why not? We've got the medbot here. So we need some sort of storage unit for the medbot. Let's start off by we kind of want it to. We kind of want him to slot into it, right? So let's make something that he can slot into, but not all the way. This might take a while. Something like that. We can have it slot in like that far. And for now, we'll just curve it round. Something like we want it to kind of fit with the feel of everything else. Then we can think about what it actually looks like later. But if we do that, clean it up a bit. Give it the old flipperoo. Yeah, it's going to look a bit lame, but that's okay. Let's make it be just a grey for now. Everything in this world is grey. Except for the lights. I quite like making these crappier pixel art things. Even if I'm not very good at it, I find it very satisfying. I think I'm just going to flip this again after I've done half of it. Should this thing have eyes as well? Probably, right? Maybe not. Does it need eyes? Could go either way, really. Yeah, that'll do. And then medbot sits happily in it. The perfect crime. It's good enough. Let's export that as... Yeah, we can just do it there for now. Okay. Let's use my little set sprite settings. Its layer can be robot for now, I guess. I need to turn the lights back up. Why is that so small? I thought I did that. There we go. Right. We have a medbot house, which we can just put somewhere. Medbot house also needs... I'm going to... This is the docked location. This is going to be a hidden sprite. Sorting layer debug. Give it a bit of the old alpha-roo. That's the docked location. No, it's not. Almost is. That's the docked location. Cool. We'll probably add more layers to the medbot house so that in the same way that this animates, we can have the medbot house animate to seal it in. But for now, we're not. So then we need a script for it, probably. I shouldn't have just instinctively said house so repeatedly. It's ingrained into me now. It should really be charging station or whatever. Should it have an owner? No. Occupant. So a medbot house has an occupant. Sometimes. So then we need I think we add another empty called docking space, which has a collider. And this is where the medbot aims to go in order to dock. Then that's cool. So then in the medbot core, he needs to know which medbot houses are available. The medbay sensor can tell him that. This is all stuff where I want to come up with a nicer framework for doing this stuff, but it's fine. And this is cool doing it this way, because then we can make it so that later you can move new medbot houses into a medbay if you want more. If you want more houses there, we can make it so you can move them around and bring extra ones in. We need to do the same thing here. There's a lot of room for tidying this up. Cool. So now that should... I don't know if it's going to, but let's start it up and see if the sensor gets populated with that house. It might not because it's starting inside it, but I would hope that it will. It won't. I didn't actually give this the house script. Now it might. Mm-hmm. No houses, huh? No houses. I didn't give it a collider. That would explain it. Also, docking space needs to be a trigger. And medbot house needs a collider. I'll be right back. Accidentally pulled out my headset there. So, this should be relatively cool now. Yeah, medbot house needs a collider. We're going to make it a nice collider, which means we're going to spend some time in here. Making a custom physics shape. Arguably that's good enough. Not for me though. It's annoying that you can't make it fit closer than that. That's as close as you can get it to go. Now I know this is a bit excessive. We could probably get away with something a lot less lenient. Or a lot more lenient, rather. But I don't care. I think it's very important to have a reasonable collision mesh. Otherwise it'll look janky when you interact with it. Nobody wants that. Just got to make sure there's no sharp right angles, ideally. So that stuff can smoothly glide past each other. Initially, I was doing them all with like uber down to the pixel. But it's just not a good experience when you're actually pulling stuff around because they get caught on the jagged edges. So I try and avoid jagged edges. Almost done. Cool. Now we can give this guy the old polygon collider 2D. And that means maybe, just maybe, he will appear in that list. Where is it? Medbay sensor. Medbot houses is empty. If I wiggle this... No, he still doesn't appear in it. That's interesting. But why? No, no. I thought I was wrong for a sec, but I'm not. It should be hitting here. Let's see if it is. It definitely should be. What? Okay. So the collider, get the medbot house. The collider, get the medbot house. That should be working in the same way that the casket one's working. The casket one says get the sleeper casket and then add it, which is exactly what we expect. So I would expect this to also work because we're doing exactly the same thing. Like we're doing exactly the same thing. Neither of them have got a rigid body. One of them has to have a rigid body for this to work. It's one of the little quirks of the system. It doesn't bother checking for collisions between colliders that don't have rigid bodies or are attached to something that has a rigid body. I don't really want this guy to have a rigid body, but we might do later if we want to be able to move him around, so sod it, let's give him one. We can make it be a static one. Or kinematic. Let's make it... I think we have to make it kinematic. Do we? Let's try static. I feel like static won't work. I think it has to at least be kinematic, but... yeah. I don't really want it to have a kinematic rigid body. That does get us it though. So I guess I can't complain that much. Cool. Fine, be like that. Son of a bitch. There's definitely some dodginess going on with their eyes. However, for now that's fine. Let's make docked location is on the debug layer. Am I really rendering the debug layer? No. Oh, it's not on this debug layer. There we go. That won't get rendered. Cool. So now we can say for the medbot, if damaged casket is null, empty house equals this dot bot dot medbay sensor dot medbot houses first order fault where occupant is null. So I'll get us an empty house. If empty house is not null, is null, just do nothing. Otherwise, get path to location, empty house, docking space, transform. Right? Position. And that might, in theory, mean that he walks over here initially. All right. We need to set up the docking space. Let's not do that. It's too vague. Let's just actually do it explicitly. Medbot house. Your docking space is this guy. Cool. Let's try that again. He went there. Look. And now he's got something else to do. You son of a bitch. Let's plug this guy in. I should make our player be stronger. Or just have infinite stamina for sprinting. Right, now when he's fully healed him, he should go home. Well, I mean... he sort of did. Sure, he freaked out a little bit. But we know there's quirks with the pathfinding. So now he's gone home. He needs to know that he is home. I just want to look at the navigation grid for a sec. This navigation grid is proving to be the bane of my existence. I mean, it's useful, but the actual when they get close to the object is proving to be pretty awkward. Because he'll only go to the closest node. Which is cool and all. It's definitely cool. But it's not cool enough. It's just not cool enough. We need him to get closer. I guess we don't need him to get closer. But like, when he's down here, he does that. Which is obviously not ideal. He's kind of losing his mind a bit. Where is his mind? Where is his mind? Where is his mind? And you'd think, well, we can make the docking space bigger. No, that'll just exacerbate the issue. We can make the docking space be on the debug layer. That might work. God, you son of a bitch. Hmm. How do we solve this? Do we solve this? Maybe. Yeah, we really need to fix this navigation mesh at some point. Make it a bit more versatile. So he will go home now. Once he's done. I don't know why he takes such a weird route. Is that the solution? Just move it further out? Look at his eye. He's got a lazy eye again. Maybe moving the docking space further out is the solution. At least for now. Cool. It kind of works. He looks like he needs medical attention. So now, we just need to say, well, how does it react if it's down here? Goes up and around. That's cool. So now we just need to say, if you're within range of the docking station, dock with it. Assuming it's unoccupied, which it will, well, which it should be. So I think I'm gonna make the house do the docking. Docky dot. I am. Docky dot body disable. I feel like I should be able to just disable this rigid body. Because I do it elsewhere. Oh, it's kinematic. That's what you do. I'm doing this elsewhere. I'm just going to steal it from my other code. I think the casket does it to dock the... No, the socket does it to dock the casket. Maybe the casket does it itself, actually. That'd be a bit weird, but I think the casket does control it itself. What programming language am I using? C Sharp. Sweet, sweet C Sharp. Dock to position, that's what we need. Yoink. I should really generalize all this crap. So we just need to update these. Do 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 do. Get rid of that for now. And then here we can call start coroutine dock to position docky docking no, hang on, we need to store docked position. Docked, yeah, position's fine. So we say docked position, here's where you're docking to, and you can take 3 seconds to get there. But we need to pass in the docky dock transform. And that's cool. And then I just need to make medbot house actually have a reference to its docked position, which is this one. And that's cool. And then now we can do dock medbot. Now the core just needs to say house distance equals this bot transform position minus this minus empty house transform position if house distance is less than 1 magnitude, then house doc medabot this dot bot. Then the other thing this guy has to do is say occupant equals docky. And then we need the opposite, right? We need undock medbot. Yeah, I guess we don't need to pass it in at that point. Dock to position. We pass in the occupant, where we want him to go, and how long we want it to take. Where we want him to go needs to be another one of these called undocked location, which can be just a little bit out. I guess we could have used docking space, like it takes him back out to the docking space. But let's be explicit. So we need another one of these. Cool. If no. Bool is undocking. This is a lame way to do it, but it'll do for now. If is undocking. At the end, we want to say docky body. Oh, fuck, it's a transform. Okay, look, we're not passing in a transform anymore. We're passing in a medbot. There is no god. Okay. Dee, 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 dee. Right, if is undocking, docky body is kinematic equals false, occupant equals null. So we clear him from occupying the house once he's undocked. We turn on his physics again. And we live the dream. Sort of. Yeah, why not? And that should be cool. So then he's docking. If oh, we need to make him store who he's docked in as well. Medbot house, docked house. So now we're storing which house he's in. So here we can say if you're already docked in a house, do nothing. And then here we can say if we've reached here, then he's got something to do. If docked house does not equal null, docked house undock. Undock me. And this is where we probably do need a state on the house. Medbot house state. Docked, docking, undocking, empty. State. No wait. Then we need to store a state. So when we're docking, we set docking. When we're done, state equals empty, state equals docked. And then here, state equals undocking. Cool. So now it's keeping track of what it's doing. So now here we can say if docked house is not null and docked house state is docked. So if we've not started undocking, we can do that. This is terrible code, by the way. If we're docking, do nothing. Undocking. If we're undocking, do nothing. Or if we're docking. Why not? Yeah, sure. Docking. Do nothing. So if we started docking and then suddenly someone needs healing, we need to wait for that docking to finish before we can do anything. So let's put that there. In fact, arguably, if either of those are true, this guy literally is not allowed to do anything, right? If he's docking or undocking, he has no agency. So if he's docked, he undocks. If he's docking, he does nothing. Yeah, fuck it. Let's just see if this works. I don't expect this to work, but I want to see what state it's in. Tell you what, if it does work, I'm pretty great. Go, go, go. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Immediate failure. But why? Oh. Missed some brackets. I want to believe. Go, go, go. Look, dude, I'm not being funny, but why aren't you docking? You son of a bitch. Okay. Let's move ourselves further down so that we don't have to sprint down there every time. Uh... It's probably that. It's probably got something to do with that. No, wait, not dock position. Docking space. And I'm going to make that be 1.5. So he was getting to his docking spot, but it was checking for his distance from the actual dock, not the docking spot. So he was never going to be within range. But now, maybe, just maybe, did it just crash? I've never seen that happen before. I don't think it crashed. I don't know what happened there. And then he sailed off into the night. You son of a bitch, you almost worked. Is he docked? Yes. So, docking, empty. As soon as he docks, he's like, I'm out of here. Why does he leave as soon as he's docked? It says it back to empty as well, which is what's weird. Hang on. Let's see if he calls this. I don't know why he just yeets himself off into space, though. I don't think he does call that, because otherwise occupant would go back to being empty. But it doesn't. Yeah, that'd do it. Easy mistake to make. If it's undocking, set the state to docked. No, other way around. And that might partially explain why he got yeeted into space. Partially. Life finds a way. Yeah. Well, at least he's docked now. He is still getting yeeted, but at least his status is actually docked. I'll be honest, I'm not sure why he's getting yeeted. Okay. No, I do know why he's getting yeeted. I can even replicate the issue. Look. I don't know how to fix it, but I know what the issue is. And I think I do know how to fix it. Here's how to replicate the issue. This guy uses very similar docking code. You saw me steal that function from it earlier. If he's moving at the point where I hit dock, watch this. See that? Then we can hitch a ride. The perfect crime. Now we can sail this sleeping casket into the void. For all eternity. Oh, okay, I guess not. Not bad, eh? So, I think the fix is... at this point... can I remove all of its force? I think that is the solution. Just reset all of its forces before I make it kinematic. Kinematics. When I was in uni, my physics teacher, I had two of them. One of them was called Dr. Paris, and the other one was called... I can't remember the other one's name. That's really upsetting. The other one was called... I don't know. But one of them taught us one side of physics, and the other one taught us kinematics. And the other one was Welsh, and he used to say kinematics in a very Welsh way. which was pretty cool. So that mostly works, apart from his rotation gets all janked up. Which will be because... of this. I think I need the actual medbot to know if it's docked, instead of storing it on the core. Which makes a lot of sense, actually. I'm not supposed to be storing stuff like this on the core. The core's not supposed to store state like this. This code is going to need a lot of cleanup at some point. Let's be explicit. There we go. Now it should actually work, maybe. It should actually work perfectly. And I'm loath to use that word, but I am going to. I think this time it will work perfectly. I'm still not entirely sure why they've got wonky eyes all of a sudden, but it's fine. Come on. Am I never setting his current house to not be null? Look, I know I said perfectly. That was close to perfect. You can't deny it. Yeah, first try. Exactly. Now it should be pretty spot on. I know I've degraded it from perfect to pretty spot on, but I think that's fair. I think that could be pretty cool if we add an animation so that the socket like grips the medbot when it's docked, kind of like how the casket does. Oh, I know why the frame rate tanks when he starts healing. It's because of all those debug.logs. If you want to get to your home, you got to go through me. We've still got this problem. The problem of if he goes round the back. Now, the potentially easy way to solve that problem is we reduce the size of the nodes. Which might help. You son of a bitch. I think reducing the size of the nodes on the navigation grid might help. Let's make them 0. Uh, 0.375. It's so crazy it just might work. Oh, I should make him look at the dock when he's going there. I don't know why it does this sometimes. Sometimes it just goes mental. It's like it gets hit with a massive rotation force. Just out of the blue. Alright, he usually fails to get home after this. Let's see if he succeeds this time. I consider that a partial success. I think we should give him a bit more speed. Hello, Shub. Shubba-lub-dub-dub. Oh, I never fixed that issue. I fixed that issue for the docks, but I never fixed it for this guy. Oh well. At least he seems to be docking more consistently. I think the navigation grid being 0.325 might be the perfect compromise. It's a reasonable size. I think it should help with a lot of our issues. You think I'm a Java developer? That's nice. What would make you say such a thing? So that works, right? So should we pimp out the medbot house a bit? Should we give it like you're doing your bachelor's degree in computer science engineering? Oh, okay. I get you. Let's add a light. A green light? Hang on, let's turn off the dev light for a sec. And turn on the regular light. We can make it be emitting like a green glow. Maybe. Could I suggest a job role to prepare in the world of AI? No. I think AI is progressing so much that you can't possibly predict what it's going to do in the future, so you might as well just keep doing what you're doing. That's like someone before the internet came along, or like the internet was just starting out. Someone going, can you suggest a job that'd be good for like dealing with this new internet thing? Do you reckon anyone would have come up with a sane answer for that at the time? I don't think they would have. I don't think it's viable to come up with a sane job for AI at the moment. This fire thing we've just figured out is pretty cool. Can you think of any jobs that'd be good for like utilizing fire? There's wheels, neat. What kind of job do you reckon I should do to prepare for the wheel? You know? I think it's a big enough change that there's no possible way to predict the way it's going to go. And there's no possible way to predict the utility of it. Yeah. Stone carving's pretty cool. Can you think of a job that I should use for stone carving? It's just like, you just got to go with the times. You got to go with what you enjoy, go with what you've got an interest in, and just go with the times, you know? See how it goes. If it doesn't work out, well, fuck it. I'm not the guy to be going to for fucking advice regarding careers. My attitude is whatever. I've just done what I enjoy, and it's worked out. If it hadn't worked out, you know what? Who cares, because it did. So, we actually have a working medbay now, right? A sweet, sweet working medbay. I think the docking and undocking of the robots could use a bit of work. I should probably make him be able to heal more than this guy is losing from not being powered. But whatever. So, now that the medbay's working, I don't really know what to do. We've kind of been all in on the medbay. We could work on the doors a bit. Let me through. Don't fight it. Thank you. What should we do next? Is there anything else in the medbay that needs doing? We were going to make it so that the medical droids only had a certain amount of healing power, and then they had to go back to base to recharge. We could do that. Yeah, I was going to do the lighting actually, wasn't I? I was going to add like... I was going to add lights and light switches and stuff, wasn't I? We could do that. Why is he spending all his power? Why is he spending all his power? Maybe he's not. There's this little issue. When you're recharging these guys and they start blinking, you see their eyes just start freaking out until you stop recharging them. Because every time you give them a little bit of charge, their blink resets. So they just keep trying to blink over and over and over again. Until finally you stop charging them up. And then they can finally blink and they're like, ah yes, life is good. But that's a very minor issue. Just like the lazy eye syndrome that the robots get on a regular basis. It's a very minor syndrome. We could add lighting. We could add proper lights. Maybe add light switches. We could... Thing is, currently, right? Riddle me this. We have a med bay. That's pretty cool. The med bay can heal injured people in caskets. Currently, there's actually no reason why a person in a casket would get hurt. There's no reason whatsoever that a person in a casket would get hurt at the moment. Like, the only reason they'd get hurt is if you unplugged them, right? But why would you ever unplug someone? Currently, there's no motivation to actually unplug anyone. I think we need to add that motivation. Because there has to be a reason why you would unplug someone for a certain amount of time, right? And then that's the race against the clock. Oh, can you do what you were trying to do before they run out of power? If you can, all is well. If you can't, well, you need to take them to the medbay. Ahaha, nice try, Door. Man-eating caskets. Well, yeah, we did talk about that, didn't we? Having, like, crazy caskets. Oh, did they run out of power before they could fully close? No, they just made it. It's a shame. Lights would be good, because then I wouldn't have to keep switching between dev mode and real mode when it comes to lighting. Hey, little med guy. Yeah, have something to do. I think we should make it so that the med guy only has a certain amount of fuel, and then he's got to go home. I think that'd be cool. I think it won't be that hard to do. I think we might as well put it in. But I also think it doesn't actually serve any purpose. I just like playing about with this now. I just want to watch him dock one more time, and I'm gonna stand here to make his life awkward. Well played, little robot. Well played. Okay. He pushed us out the way. So let's make it so that the medbot healing ammo. Let's give him 50. 50. And actually, is it the healing ray itself that does the healing? No. It probably should be, but... Ah. I need to tidy up all this. It's an absolute nightmare of code. So he'll only heal if he's got enough ammo. I'm gonna get rid of these debug logs. Yeah, this code is terrible. It's really, really bad. Mm-hmm. Okay, so if they've got enough ammo, they'll heal. It reduces their amount. If they don't have enough ammo, they'll turn off their healing ray. I feel like turning on the healing ray. If this dot healing ray dot light. This is such a shitty way to do this. I should give the healing ray a state that's like on or off, instead of just checking whether the light is enabled. But you know what? Checking if the light is enabled works, so who gives a damn? So that's cool. Now he'll only heal if he's got enough ammo. Then for the behavior, we can say if damaged casket is null, or healing ammo is less than 1, then you can do that. This code is so shitty that it's making me make it more shitty. And this is a problem with bad code. If you have bad code and you try and add to it, you get worse code. Even if you've got good intentions with adding new stuff, it's an absolute nightmare. So I should be cleaning up this code, but I can't be arsed. And that is the programmer's dilemma. Not only that, but it's the in the workplace dilemma. Because if you've got something that works, try convincing the business to let you rewrite it. It's not an easy task. And then the shit piles upon the shit, piles upon the shit. And that's the scenario we're kind of reaching here. This entire medbot core is garbage. It's garbage. Everything about this is garbage. But it works. So I'm like, oh, it works. But now I'm like, let's add healing. This will work. He will go home if he doesn't have enough ammo. But I can already see the problem with it. And the problem with it is, he'll get home, he'll get a little bit of ammo until he's got more than 1, and then he'll leave. So I really need him to have like a behavior state saying what he's doing. Because if he's going home to get ammo, and I'm just gonna hack it in for now, is getting, in fact, let's make it public so we can see it. Nah, sod it. Is getting ammo. This is so shit. If this bot healing ammo is less than 1, is getting ammo equals true. And so he's not getting ammo, but he's not got enough ammo, then he is getting ammo. And that means, hang on. Let's make a function. Go to house. Let's at least try and tidy this up a little bit, eh? So go to house is really... I'm going to add a bool for this as well. Is going to house. So to go to house, it's basically do this, right? There is no house. Otherwise, get a path to a location and is going to house is true. This is terrible. Target house. But Callum, you could use target house instead of having a variable called is going to house. I know. I know. That's actually quite useful. We should probably set something on the house saying there's someone coming to you. So let's do that. Claimed by. Target house claimed by equals this. So we have claimed that house equals this dot bot. It has no occupant, so when we're searching for a house, we need to look for one that has no occupant and is not claimed. And then here, this is fine. Cool. So we're saying that we're going to a house. So up here, we say if we're not getting ammo, we need to get ammo and we need to go to a house. Then if is going to house, then we want to do this stuff. Which is fine. And then is going to house is false because we'll be docking. Then if is going to incinerator. We will add incinerators at some point. Right, so far this says if we have a house and we are docking / undocking. Why do I even have target? Yeah, no. If we have a house and we're docking / undocking, do nothing. If we are out of ammo and aren't currently getting ammo, go home. If we're going home, check if we have reached home. If we have reached home, dock with home. So then, that deals with all that crap. Return. Return. So if we've reached here, then we are not going home. We're not currently docking or undocking. And we have ammo, which means what? Oh no. Sure. So at this point, we can assume that we have ammo. So if we're not targeting anyone, no, if we... So this says, if there are no damaged caskets, and we are currently targeting someone, this is terrible. Why don't we just check if this dot bot dot healing target dot occupant health greater than equals is greater than or equal to, sod it. Theoretically, that says if the person we're healing is fully healed. It's not strictly true. That might come back as true if we're not healing anyone, but I don't think it will. But it might, but I don't think it will. Then turn off our healing ray. What? This is what I mean by our code was shit. What is this current house stuff doing here? Turn off our healing ray, and then this can actually go down. So we're looking for a casket. If the current house is greater than... So if we are in a current house, and we are docked, and we've got more than, I don't know, 30 ammo, then I'll allow us to go out and heal. So we undock. Otherwise, we head towards the guy. I'm at the point now where I'm like, let's see what happens. I think that should work. But then I've thought a lot of stuff should work, and then it hasn't. Null reference, null reference, null reference, null reference. What? Right. If damaged casket equals null, if we didn't find any damaged caskets, do nothing. No, actually, go to house. So now we just need to at the point that we undock, we need to say docky dot bot. No, fuck, can't do that. Mhm, 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 mhm. Mhm. So at some point we need to set is going to house to be false, and we need to undo the claim. We can undo the claim for sure. We can do that here. Nobody's claimed it once he's undocked. Then the only issue is that whole is going to house. Although I feel like actually haven't we solved that? Yeah. Is going to house is fine. Is getting ammo is fine. So, what was I rewriting this for? I was going to solve a problem where if they've got more than one ammo, if this bot's current house does not equal null, so if we're inside a house and this bot healing ammo is less than 30, do nothing. And that should mostly work. We're still not setting is getting ammo to false ever. But I guess we can say, and this is still terrible code, but it's better than it was. Sure. Maybe that's good enough for now. I guess we'll see. Null exception, null exception. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for a million null exceptions. Also, I think I need to restart Unity. That completing domain is starting to take a while. Here he comes. Let's have a look at his ammo. Corey's really draining it fast. Faster than he should be. Oh no, healing per second 5. That's legit. He's out of ammo. So he's given up on life. But why are you walking here? You've got no ammo. Go home. Let's see what he's doing. He's saying, I don't have any ammo. But I'm getting ammo. Which means he should be going to a house. He has claimed a house. So he should have got a path to the target house. And if he has a path to the target house, then he should be... Hang on. Let's let him go free. Yeah. I want to see... He does have a path, look. He has a path telling him to go there. And that means the medbot should be following the path. Why? Why? Why is he never transferring to the next node? It's like he went to the first node, but is never swapping up his nodes. I see. Do I see? Six minus... Why is the Z getting involved? He was on the Z axis for some reason, which was messing up his magnitude. I need to give him more speed. Look at him. He's not having a good time of it. But that's cool. Now he... Oh, right. I never told the house to actually give him more ammo. If Docky. If occupant does not equal null. If occupant equals null. You don't have to do anything. You should always do that, by the way. Early out reduces nesting. I'm not following my own advice in many places, but that is solid advice. You could say, if occupant does not equal null, do a bunch of stuff, but you're generally better off saying, if occupant is null, don't do anything, and then doing your stuff. And it reduces nesting, which makes code easier to read. So if we have an occupant, then we should probably have some in here that's like ammo recharge per second equals 5. Occupant dot ammo plus equals ammo recharge per second times time delta time. Occupant healing ammo equals mathf.min occupant healing ammo occupant max healing ammo, which doesn't exist, but that's fine. If state equals docked. We only want to do it when they're docked. So let's set this to be 100. 50. Now the house can actually give him ammo. But only if he's docked. Not if he's docking. And then we can make his little LED display how much ammo he's got. Currently his LED isn't displaying anything. Let's make his LED display how much ammo he's got. I'm going to steal that from the door. Because the door is displaying how much power they've got, right? Which is basically the same thing. And this is another thing that I should be tidying up. Yeah, you can do it right at the start, who cares? We need 2 colors. I'm going to make them, private's fine. No ammo color. Max ammo color. No ammo color can be red. Max ammo can be green. So we want to create a smooth thing between this no ammo color, this max ammo color, and the charge rate needs to be ratio needs to be this bot healing ammo divided by this bot max ammo. And then we don't want to set the I ratio, but we can set the color and the intensity. The intensity should actually always be there. Cool. So now let's see if this all slots together. I give it pretty good odds, honestly. And then I wrote some code. Now I'm a believer. So we should start off with a nice green LED. Which he does. Very cool. He's docking. This guy's going to run out of power and start dying. Yep. So here he comes. Then he's going to start spending his ammo. His LED should change. Which it did. So now he goes home. Now he goes home. Oh, it's the same thing. The Z-axis thing. I didn't change it in the editor. So now he goes home. Quite sluggishly. I should increase his movement speed. He keeps doing this janky thing when he goes between nodes, and we can fix that by, well, summon. Now hopefully he recharges. Look, I'm going to be honest, he's not supposed to be doing that. Shit. If we don't have any ammo, we should probably turn off the healing ray. Cool, sort of. Ooh, I was also going to make it so he looked at the base when he was going there, right? This dot bot dot. No, wait, this dot core dot track object target house dot transform. Now we should look at the house when he's going there. And this time, maybe just maybe, it'll work. Let's see if he looks at the house when he's going there. Yeah, I think I am going to have to restart Unity. Look at this. Can't wait in 10 seconds every time we hit play. I should also have fixed this. It's the house that's causing the Z issue. You sly devil. Every time he docked, his Z issue, his Z was getting reset. Look, do you want a bit more movement speed? I'm not the monster they make me out to be. But why? Why would you do such a thing? Okay, let's actually try and solve the problem. So, we're docking or undocking. We've just realised we've got no ammo. If is going home. If you're going home, do nothing. It's not ideal, but it'll do. Oh wait, no, we can't do that. It's really not ideal. I don't understand why... Oh. I need to encapsulate a bunch of this stuff. That's the word. I was never turning off his healing target. One last hurrah. Let's see if this works. Then we could think about adding lights. This world is kind of dim. I didn't fix the Z issue. I need to like make myself little notes in all of these little play sessions. Because I always forget stuff like that. Like I'll notice something's broken, and then I just won't do anything about it. I'm going to give him more speed permanently as well. Perfection guaranteed? Dee, 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 dee. Oh, fuck, I didn't fix the issue. I didn't fix that one issue. It's going rogue. Right, I've got 3 things I need to fix. The Z issue. The move speed. This thing. Let's fix them. First up, the Z issue. Done. Next up, the move speed. I'm going to give him 10. Done. Third up, that one casket issue. There we go. All 3 solved. Didn't even take long. Nice. I feel like he's spending more on healing than he should be. But I might be wrong. Let's do one last hurrah, check that those things are fixed. And then maybe think about adding some lights. I can hitch a ride on him. Really slows him down, but I can do it. Cool. Now we wait until he's fully healed him. And then we know it's working. Even with 10 movement speed, he moves a bit jankily, eh? To be fair, I didn't put much thought into his actual movement. I just kinda YOLO'd it. Sometimes it's okay, sometimes it's not. One more trip, one partial trip should fully heal it. And then hopefully he'll go home when he's got nothing else to do. Awesome. Might not be the most impressive thing in the world, but I'm pretty pleased with it. So now we need to decide what to do next. This medbay is now working perfectly within reason. His movement being a bit janky, I'm not counting, because that's just an issue with movement overall. So that's a separate issue. So what can we do now? Lights. Lights. Well, first up, I need to turn these into prefabs. I need to update his prefab. I think that's it. So now we can theoretically, let's do one more test. We can put another pod in. And another medbot in. Double trouble. Let's see if it works with 2 medbots. It should do. Because I put that claiming mechanic in on the houses. Otherwise they'd have probably tried to go to each other's house. What? What have I not got configured on you that I do have configured on the other guy? I haven't hooked you up to the sensor. There it is. There was always going to be something I hadn't done. He needs access to the sensor, right? So that he knows what's going on. And he needs access to the navigation grid. Now he should be fine. Okay, let's restart it because that was a weird half and half. Oh, fuck. No, this isn't going to work. Ah, I made a mistake. I made a huge mistake. I need to do it outside in the editor. You need access to the nav grid. You also need access to the sensor. And I don't think you need anything else. It's kind of weird that you don't have access to your own healing ray, but I think you'll figure that out on your own. They're both going home. This guy's gonna start dying. They're both coming to save him. Nice. Multiple medbots works. It is very cool. Yeah. I am inclined to agree. I want to turn off those debug logs. Is that the only one there is? Let's do a purge of debug logs. Cool. So, we have our healing bots. They work. They work when there's multiple healing bots. Now, what do we do? First thing we do is we save the project and we commit all those changes. Added healing bot ammo and houses for restoring ammo. Cool. And now we restart Unity. Because it's starting to get pretty unresponsive. Nice. And then we're going to add maybe some lights. Let's make a little light. How big does the light need to be? Not very big. Let's make it 32 by 32, even though that's excessive. Let's make a little light. We're going to want it to be able to be pretty much any color. So it should be flush against the wall. Yeah, flush enough. I want to make sure I do this right. How many squares have we got there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Clean that up. And I don't think the bulbs need to be anything special. Particularly. They're not getting eyes. Although arguably the eyes could be the bulbs. Think about it. This is going to be too big. Da, 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 da. I don't even know what I want the bulb to look like. I'm just kind of freestyling. This should be fine. Sure. You'll do. And then let's add... Should we add some lines going across it? Or is that too far? Is that going too far? Let's... Let's hit it with one of those. And then we want to be like uber light. Might even want it to be lighter than this. But it's fine, we can deal with that via intensity. Yeah. And then we want like uber dark on this. We'll let it absorb a little bit of the colour of the light, but not a massive amount. Not the best light in the world, but is it good enough? Absolutely. Let's make an environment folder. We'll put it in there. Wall light 1. Right, let's create one. I don't know why it gives everything a Z axis. It's really annoying. So it needs a sprite. This is going to be too big. Gonna be too big. But that's where we can just shrink it, eh? Da 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 da. Now, what else does a wall light have? Well, it's got one very obvious thing. It has a light. The color. Let's just leave that as it is for now. Let's nuke this light. How much do we want it to light up the world? I guess it doesn't really matter. That's going to be something that we modify anyway via the code. So, let's make a new folder. Environment. And I'm going to create a separate folder for lights. Because we might end up doing some mad shit. Okay, so a wall light. We want to be configurable. It needs a light. It needs a sprite renderer. Arguably, it maybe doesn't need a sprite renderer. Well, as in we don't need to reference it. So then, let's give it some properties. All right. So I would like to be able to say some stuff about it. Like, I would like lights to be able to flicker. I would like lights to be able to change their intensity. I would like lights to be able to do all sorts of stuff. But for now, keep it simple. Cool. Let's prefab that up. I don't think I'm using this. No, I'm not. Cool. So, let's just drop a few lights about the place, eh? I guess this room needs more. But this is going to be cool because the starting room that we start in, we can make like 1 or 2 of the lights be flickering. It'll really give it that everything's kind of screwed feeling. Might be a bit cliche, but whatever. I've never claimed to be otherwise. And then we can add a light switch, maybe. It wouldn't really serve any purpose. I'm not sure why you'd ever turn lights off. Unless they drain power. I guess then you might. Sure, that's fine. Also, we can get rid of that goddamn utility slot. Get out of here. I think this corridor, not having any lights, is pretty cool. It's got the light from the robots. Let's put some lights in here at least. I feel like this room's earned it. We'll need like a roof light as well, probably, for the middle. Nice try, light. Thing is, I don't even plan on keeping this room. It's a test room. I don't really know why I'm setting up lights in it. I guess just for testing. But there's no way this room is actually surviving, like, properly. But it's a good test room, so putting lights in it makes sense. I suppose. It's not getting fully lit up. And then I want to look into making lights flicker. Yeah, we'll give it 2 more. It's annoying that the light goes through the wall. I think we can fix that. But we definitely can fix that. It's a bit janky to fix it, but we can do it. I guess I should make all the lights do that. Yeah. Maybe bring it in a bit further, or bring this in. So it's only actually... Do it like that. Kind of want that to be 180. And the inner... Well, we kind of want that to be 180 as well, honestly. Although that's too clean. That's too clean. Let's make it be... Yeah. It's better. Let's apply that to everything. Sure. We'll need to tweak it, obviously. Also, look, the light isn't actually coming out from the center, but we can fix that. Just by changing the pivot to be like there. And then we just need to move them all to match the pivot, the new pivot. Which kind of sucks, I'm gonna be honest. It's not really going to be the most exciting thing in the world to do, but let's do it. And then flickering. Intensity modifications. Stuff that makes the lights not feel perfect. That's what we're after. Imperfections. If there's one thing I think there should be in this game, it's imperfections. We don't want it to look too clean. We need to introduce imperfections, which is actually perfect for me considering, you know. Just considering. If I have an excuse for imperfections, I'll take it. And I do, and I will. So, cool. Center of the room isn't lit, but who cares about the center of the room? Now, really, you're just not going to give me a P, no? Flicker. Lower bound equals 1. Flicker upper bound equals 10. Time since last flicker equals 0. Get next flicker. Next flicker. So, get next flicker. We want a random number between 1 and 10. Really? How would I get a random number? I can steal it from my blinking. Random.range. It's good when you've solved a problem before and you forgot how you did it. You just look at your other code. Flicker lower bound, flicker upper bound. And that means next flicker equals cool. If time since last flicker is greater than next flicker, this dot light enabled equals false. Next flicker and then get next flicker. Let's try that. Let's see what that does. That's not the state that's going to end up in. I just want to see what it looks like. Hey light, do you want to flicker? Come on light, be a pal. What have I done wrong? Oh. There's definitely that. I would have expected them all to turn off. Oh, right, they're waiting for infinity. Of course. Now it should work. Uh, uh, ah, ah, ah. Rudimentary sign of low maintenance. It's not how I want it. I want them to flicker off then on pretty fast. Currently they're just toggling between on and off. It's got quite a good feel to it though. I think. I think it's pretty neat. So then I also want it to be able to. I think instead of it being flicker, it's going to be um, get next effect, and we're going to say is running effect. And then we're going to say all flicker does is that. Time since last effect. Cool. And then that needs to be a how are we going to do this? That needs to be an enumerator. An enumerator. Come on, give me my using. I don't want to fully qualify it. I'm sure it's an enumerator. Where's one of my other coroutines? Medbot. Medbot house. It's an I enumerator. Of course it is. We're not doing a random effect for now. We're just doing flicker. Yield return break, I think. Yield break. No, it's not yield break. Where's my house? Maybe it is yield break. Where's my... Shit, where was it that I was using enumerators like this? It's something I was doing earlier. I guess I don't need to yield anything. But I am going to want to probably at some point. No, why is that bitching? Not all code paths return a value. Yeah, I know. Just like in this guy, not all code paths return a value. I guess you have to return one at some point. Yeah, whatever then. Right, and then here, instead of doing that, oh yeah, get next effect needs to be at the end of this. We can do start coroutine, run, random effect, which isn't a random effect at the moment. It's just the flicker, so the behavior should be the same. We're expecting the same behavior, but in a more modifiable way. Will it be the same behavior? I hope so. Yeah, cool. So now we can add another behavior, right? Uh, wonder if this will work. I need to find the other place where I'm actually doing something. I can't remember where it was. I'm just going to search for start coroutine. Okay. Wonder what that'll do. I think it might still behave the same. I hope it still behaves the same. It does not. Although it is actually a real flicker now, which I think I resent. I wasn't intending for it to be a real flicker. I need to continue the hunt for this coroutine that I had before. Maybe... Maybe I don't need this anymore. I see. But why? I feel like that should work. Although I'll be the first to admit, I don't really know what I'm doing. Uh, let's see how often that gets called. You know, not knowing what you're doing is the best way to learn. People say, read articles, watch YouTube videos, blah blah blah. No, just dick about. That's my philosophy. So it is calling starting flicker over and over again, which is a good sign, potentially. Because it would only be doing it once if it never did this. What I don't understand is why it's doing this twice. Like if I put could we get this guy's name? I just want to run for a little bit. Starting flicker. Flickering wall light 5. Starting flicker. Flickering wall light 5. Why is it doing that twice? Why is it doing that twice? And why is it starting flicker twice? Because it's enumerating and then it's going in here and then that's true. Yeah, okay, I get it. That's why I had this is running effect that I'm just not using. I knew I set that up for a reason. I just never bothered to actually finish it off. Maybe that's where all my confusion's been coming in. Maybe I did know what I was doing. I was just half-assing it. Look, can one of your lights turn off, please? No? But why? And is not running effect. Literally, as I was talking about the fact that I'd been half-assing it, I half-assed it. Right. Now it should go back to its old behavior. Good. The old behavior is back. Awesome. And if we want it to be a true flicker, then we would do this. Now it should actually flicker. But then, because we've redesigned it to be that way, we can add other effects, like increasing and decreasing the intensity, etc. as random effects. See that? And we can also make it do the opposite. So let's add our second random effect, which is going to be very similar to this. Also, let's get rid of that goddamn debug log. This is going to be toggle. And it's just going to be that. And then here, we can say if random dot, does it really have to be a float? There we go. Now, it'll either flicker or it'll toggle. One of the two. Which means when they're toggled off, they will flicker on. Which will be pretty cool. I'm going to be honest, I haven't seen a single one flicker so far. Which is pissing me off. Did I just not bother reading that random properly? Max is exclusive. Oh, F off. Right, there we go. Why would you make max be inclusive for floats, but make it exclusive for ints? Why would you do that? Hey, now it's working. Sometimes they flicker on, sometimes they flicker off, sometimes they turn on, sometimes they turn off. Pretty cool, right? So then, I'm going to swap that back to ints. We can see it say mod 2 equals 1, else, actually, let's get the random first. If random mod 2 equals 1, return flicker. Else if random mod 2 equals 0, do that. var option count equals 2. We've got 2 options. Why don't you make it a case statement? Yeah, I can do. Var leftover equals random mod option count. This isn't a good idea. That'll work fine for now. No, this is a good idea. This will work awesome. So then we can add a third option. Called decrease intensity. And for this, need to say while this light intensity is greater than 0, this light intensity minus equals time delta time times. Yeah, just time delta time for now is fine. No, it's not. Time delta time times 10 yield return null. And then we can say we've got 3 options now. Case 2 is decrease intensity. Let's do another one for increase. Case 3, yield return increase intensity. Break. We've got 4 options now. Now that should, in theory, now give us 4 whole options. It'll either flicker, it'll turn itself off or on, or it'll change its intensity. Now it might change its intensity while it's turned off, but that's fine. Who cares? I mean, honestly, I would like to see one of them increase or decrease its intensity. They've all turned themselves off. Oh, look, you can see them doing weird ass shit where they're going into the negative plane. I think they've got negative intensity. This is fine. The weird void that's spreading over here is totally fine. Yeah, it's giving out negative light. Whatever though, it's kind of working. It is at least doing what I wanted it to do, even if the impact of what I wanted it to do is a bit bizarre. I think I'll just cap the intensity. Just cap how much it can be reduced by. And I might let it go above 1 as well. Rendering at an odd numbered resolution. Yeah, I know. There you go. I want to see one of them reduce their intensity, goddammit. They're all just picking the flicker options. Oh no. This guy, whoever he is, has done it. Why did you turn yourself off again as soon as I started messing with you? Oh, you jerk. Turn yourself back on. Uh, 0.09. Maybe I could change the radius as well. Dick about with the radius. They turn themselves off as soon as I start messing with them. Oh, they're trolling me. Even in my own game, I can't catch a break. I think reducing the radius might be better than reducing the intensity. Yeah. James says, flickering wall sconces morphs into gothic horror starship. Yeah, it could do. Who knows, right? No wonder the intensity was never increasing again. See, when I said I was half-assing it? Um, there we go. Now we'll hopefully see an impact. I was emitting darkoons. Well, it was doing some weird negative light stuff at one point. Right, let's see what it looks like now. Oh, Jesus Christ! I think I made it worse. They're absorbing the light. But why? Oh. Yeah, fair's fair. I was telling it to eternally reduce the intensity, just non-stop, over and over and over again. We should probably lower the intensity a bit when we reduce the radius. Yeah, we should. Which means I should do something cleverer. However, I don't think I care enough to do something cleverer right now. Do I? Yeah, I do. Hang on, let's steal some stuff from our casket. Or our casket. I need a lerp. um Give me a lerp. Can I not? No, I know that I can't. I know that I can lerp an individual value. It doesn't have to be a vector, right? I've done it somewhere. I did it for the doors. Maybe I didn't do it for the doors. Yeah, okay. Let's add another variable. Cool. And then we need the difference divided by the time. So let's add another variable. Dim time equals 1 second. So then I also want, so that is the radius change rate. I also want the intensity change rate equals 0.5 divided by dim time. Minus equals time delta time times radius change rate, and this light intensity minus equals intensity change rate. Then we need to do the opposite for increase. I'm kind of YOLOing this, which hasn't been going well for us so far. But I've got faith. Did you see our finished product medbots, James? Okay, look, maybe I made a mistake somewhere. Tell you what, that void's pretty cool. You didn't see the finished medbots? Here they are. They've got ammo. That's what their status indicator shows. Their display. They've got a house. They go back to their house. Their ammo fills back up. The goddamn lights keep eating them. They heal. Also, I think I came up with a sweet spot for the navigation size. 0.375 for the node size. Seems to work pretty well. Okay, I need to fix this issue with the lights. Oh my god, sometimes they go hyper. But the medbot's pretty cool now. Right, let's fix these lights, because they're doing my head in. Right. I didn't multiply this by time delta time. That'd do it. Medbot's cool. Is there a dead guy they keep trying to heal? Yeah. He's quite useful for testing, because they never manage it. Well, he's not actually dead. He can die, but as in his health can reach 0. But he never gets flagged as dead, so they can bring him back to life. Looks like the lights are working now. There's still that problem where if they're on the wrong side of him, they don't understand how to walk around to the other side. But that's a pathfinding problem in general. I think their paths have intersected. Yeah. Well, sort of. Look, can you guys just break it up? Pathfinding still has a few quirks. For the most part, it works okay, though. He says. Why? Quirks are emergent behaviors. Yeah, true. It gives them a bit more personality, which is what I want. But they can't be constantly crashing into each other, so we will need to fix that. Also, these lights, pretty great. I don't think we'll always want them to be flickering. But it's something that we can tailor for each area, right? And then we can maybe hook them up to power sources, etc. Like, oh, you need power for the lights. Only in certain areas, I guess. Also, that should probably be layered above the player. Is the player rendered above the walls? But why? That's better. He's got that lazy eye going on. It's not like he can be tired, so it's just some... I think it's a weird glitch in their blinking behavior that causes that. They kind of look like Furbies. Don't you think? They got that Furby look going on. Name him Igor. Yeah. Guy's gonna start losing health again. Don't worry, they're on the case. They did actually out-heal the damage there for a sec. Kudos to them. Nice. So, Jesus Christ. So, I don't know what the next thing we add is. We could tweak the lights more. We could add the fabled light switch. But I don't know what gameplay value a light switch would have. I think at some point we'll make the rooms need power. So each room needs power. Then you could turn off the lights to save power. Then a light switch would come in handy. And that'd be kind of cool, actually, because you'd instinctively train yourself to be turning off the lights everywhere that you're not going. But then there could be things hiding in the dark. Like zoned out robots. Make a mate bot that wanders the ship, flickering lights for a time. Yeah, that's quite a good idea. I feel like the pathfinding for that would be horrible. I want to try and keep the navigation meshes as small as possible for the most part until I can find a way to optimize it. Like, currently, we've just got it for this room, right? Oh, that's us. I was like, what's that? Yeah, I want to keep the nav mesh small for now. I think it's a lot more performant than it used to be, but I'd still like to keep it small. We could have separate nav meshes, so there could be a corridor nav mesh, and each nav mesh could have entry and exit points. So like, you'd have like, you've got this nav mesh, but then you'd also have like a overarching nav mesh which shows you corridors and rooms. So like, if you imagine it like a map, so this would be room A, which is linked by corridor 1 to room B. You could have a separate pathfinding algorithm that says, okay, the shortest way to get from room A is to go through corridor 1 to B. But then corridor 1 could have its own nav mesh that says, well, actually, to get from A to B is not possible. A star and finding paths to a mesh that there isn't a path for yet. How do you mean? So the whole thing would be A star. It's just there'd be 2 levels of A star. There'd be high level A star. So if I want to go from B to A, what's the shortest route on an abstract level? And then each of those areas would say if it was possible. So room A, it'd say, is it possible to reach corridor 1? Yes. Okay. And then corridor 1 has its own nav, which can say, is it possible, like, where is it possible to get to from my entrances to my exits? Room A, corridor B, room B with target, starting A, B mesh isn't on. Yeah, but you'd be able to reach the room, right? So you'd be able to go... Also, if room B has the target, then it would have a mesh, but it'd have its own mesh. Its own nice small mesh. And it'd only need to update when someone was in that room. So there would be a mesh for every single place. In fact, maybe that's the way I do it. Maybe it can be a single mesh, but I have to store the nodes in like room groups. And you only update the collision mesh. You only update the navigation mesh for a zone if there's something in it. If there's something that can move that is in it. Because then for this room, you could say, yeah, we'll update it, like, because there's stuff in it. But if everyone left, this would stop updating until somebody went in it. But then the corridor, if nobody was in the corridor, that wouldn't have to update until somebody went into the corridor. And you could break that up really nicely. In fact, I think that's very much what you do with, what's it called? I want to say it's a quad tree. I haven't looked at quad trees in 16 years. But I want to say that's the kind of thing you do. You split your nav mesh up into areas and you only update them when there's something in the area. And then it should just magically work. I think. And we already have something that can keep track of whether there's anything in the area, right? We've got the sensor, which is essentially doing that. The sensor is saying, what's in my area? So we would have a bunch of sensors, each of which would contain a bunch of nav mesh nodes, which would actually be fine. I think we could do that. And then you would say, if a sensor has stuff in it, all the nodes within that sensor, we know that they need to be checked. And you just have a sensor for each room. Or you could even break it down further than that. You could have sensors You could just have a grid of sensors across the entire map that were a certain size. And they would keep track of when stuff walked into them and out of them. And then you would just loop through any sensors that weren't empty, access all the nodes that that sensor knows about, and check them all. Yeah, it's so crazy, it just might work. I'll be right back, I need a drink. Okay, so I wonder. Can we get this to set itself up? Can we get it to set itself up? Maybe. So, the navigation grid. Well, first of all, we need to create a new object type called nav area. And we need to make some code for that. And it needs to have a box collider of size 1, 1. That's fine. And it needs to have a class associated with it. And it needs to live in navigation. So let's add... what did I call it? Nav area. This is going to work and it's going to be great. Maybe. Hey, Ultra. So its collider needs to be a trigger. Hope you're doing well, Ultra. Hello, random game person. The only problem with the way I'm thinking of doing things is if the nav mesh is huge, it might go a bit mental. But I think it'll be fine. So, I don't think I need to store that collider. No, I don't. I need a list of colliders. Really. Right, that gives us the nav area. We'll keep track of who is in it, who isn't in it. How's it going? Pretty well. We've actually got some really cool stuff that we've done today. Some really cool stuff. Right, let's see what James is saying. Consider an overview of non-directed graph of nodes. Each area is a node. Target point exists in a node. So you use graph traversal, maze traversal to go from room A, corridor B, room C, with target. So as you enter each room, you calculate using the mesh the room entry point to room exit point. Lather, rinse, repeat. That's what I was saying, James. That's quite literally what I was trying to explain to you. I think. Nested nodes. Yeah, nested nodes, with one of them not existing in real space, one of them being conceptual nodes. But for now, we're going to try this, which is a completely separate approach. So now we just need the navigation grid to generate a bunch of these when it wakes up. I guess when it creates the grid, which is when it wakes up. We'll do it after the grid's created. You suggest a plank first search? Yeah. Yeah, exactly, James. Like the area graph would be conceptual, right? It'd just be a link of basically entrances to exits. And then you would say, like, each area, you would have to be able to query it and say, to get from exit A to exit B, is there a route? And score the route for me. And if you did that, then you could pathfind across the entire map, theoretically. Yeah, exactly. That's what I've been trying to say all along, James. All along. If you go back like 20 minutes, you'll find me talking about it. But yeah, I think we're on the same page with that one. But the question is, do we need it? We're going to try this current one so that we can have a single nav mesh. Create nav areas. So I think this might work. I'm not entirely sure, but I think it might. This is where I need to know the size of the grid. And I don't think I trust grid size X and grid size Y. We went through this, didn't we? Grid size X, grid size Y is how big the grid is in terms of nodes. Yeah, it's very much a future optimization thing. But I think we might end up doing it depending how big the world gets. Is it grid world size that we need? I think it's grid world size. So this needs a... let's just give it a public list of nav area. Yeah. So then we need to... We need to decide how big of an area a nav area is. So let's create a setting called... we've got node diameter. We also need float nav area size. They're going to be boxes. So nav area is limited by doors. No, they're just going to be just random ass things, I think. I mean, we could manually place the nav areas, honestly. We could manually place them. That'd be easier than what I'm about to attempt. We should probably just manually place them. Let's just manually place them. uh... Sure, that'll do. I'll need to come up with a nicer way of doing this. But that'll do. Then we add that to the navigation grid. Right? Did I never give this a script? No. Cool. Then we would have probably another one for this corridor. Let's create another one just for the starting area. And I'm not really sure why I'm resizing the whole thing now that... Yeah, let's make them all 0, 0. 1, 1 rather. We'll just resize the collider. It's much easier to do. And it lets us do more complex shapes if we want. If each nav area has its own collider, it can be whatever shape we want. Which will be pretty sick. Yeah, this is much cleaner, isn't it? I mean, do we really need a nav area for the starting room? Probably not, but whatever. And then for the corridor, can I? Oh, I really have to do that, huh? Whoa. Let's rename that. Well, this is quite good actually because it's not really a nav area. It's we could leverage this to just be rooms and zones and shizz. But that's fine. This is the medbay. Cool. And then for the corridor, we do probably want a corridor one. Corridor A. And if we needed these to be more complicated shapes, we can do that, I think. But for now, we've got 3 nav areas, each of which keeps track of who is in it. Let's just verify that. The medbay has 11 things in it. Including the walls. Okay, we'll have to make it not check the walls. Corridor A has got 13 things in it. Start room has got the walls in it. At least it's accurate. So that's arguably useful intel. I feel like that could be used for quite a few things, actually. But for now, so I was gonna say we check them if there's anything in it, but I mean, realistically, looking at that list, we'd end up checking everything, right? However, before we solve that problem of when we check stuff and when we don't, we have another problem we need to figure out, which is how we know which nodes are inside which grid. Put nodes in areas. We need to figure out how we do that. Which we can do. I just don't want to do it. I'm stubborn like that. I know it's going to be a pain in the ass. It's going to be like... Can I see what area contains a node as I build the nodes? Yes, potentially. I'm actually a little worried that... Oh no, they don't have rigid bodies. No, yeah, I am worried. I need to add them to my mask. Otherwise, every single node is going to say that it's blocked. If I run this now. So yeah, we can check it at the time we do the nodes, actually. We can just mask it. We can put them in their own layer, and then we can mask so it's just that layer. Like if we render the nav grid right now, it's going to say that everything is blocked. Yeah. Except these, because there's no navigation area down here. But that's fine. So we just need to make these be in their own layer. Let's call it nav area. Nav areas. And then we need to tell this to ignore, what was it? 9. Ignore nav areas when you do that collision check. And then do the same thing. Except this time we are only including the nav mesh, the nav grid. If nav area doesn't equal null, then nav area get component nav area it needs a list of nodes, doesn't it? Yeah. Add nodes, add grid XY. Cool. So now that should, in theory, populate the nav area with any nodes that live inside it. Let's just check that it does. Oh, right, it's fucking Unity. Unity in the editor doesn't let you see anything unless it's a mono behavior. And our nodes aren't mono behaviors, so it won't let us see them. Great. But it should be working. Nav areas have a list of nodes, or nodes have a list of nav areas that contain it. No, nav areas have a list of nodes. Then you can get from room A to corridor B by finding any node that exists in B and A. Yeah, that's true. That's certainly true, but I guess the answer could be both. There's no harm in the answer being both. Yeah. There we go. Now we have both. So, that's cool and all. But it's not actually doing anything for us, is it? Right, then here we say the simple approach would be if this dot nodes, no, this dot colliders any for each node in nodes node dot, and then node should have a recheck function on it. Node dot check me. Which does this. Mm, let me just say node dot collider equals collision, and node is static equals that. Wait, what? No, I didn't want to put that there. I wanted to put that here. I should really put radius in the constructor, but I can't be asked. I really should, though. I really, really should. So let's do it. We can do that, then we can get rid of that. We can get rid of all that. I guess we can't get rid of all that, but we can get rid of that. Then we can do node dot check me. Then I just need to give it a radius in the constructor. Cool. That should be Gucci. So in the nav area, I just need to say, go through all my nodes and check them. But we'd actually want to do that because it's going to be mental. We actually want to say we don't want to check static nodes. That trims it down. And then we probably want something like what? Give me a break. Fine. Oh, give me a goddamn break. There. If any of our colliders are moving. Now that's not ideal, it's not perfect, it's absolutely terrible actually. Because we actually need to do something like this. So now for 5 frames, it'll check, has anyone moved within those 5 frames? At the end of those 5 frames, it'll go, hey, if anyone moved in my past 5 frames, I'm going to check my nodes. That's pretty good, I think. And I don't want to toot my own horn, but I'm going to. I think that's pretty great. Now, it's not perfect. Because sometimes we move colliders that don't have rigid bodies. Not very often. It's incredibly rare, but we do it. When we dock caskets, when we undock caskets, when our medbots dock, when our medbots undock. They're the only cases where it happens. But in those cases, if a medbot docked, this would not pick it up. Even though its collider would move. But I'm not keeping a list of all the collider's locations, just so that I can check if they've actually moved or not. So I think we live with that for now, and see if it causes any issues. And that should work, right? Maybe? Let's see if it at least doesn't break anything. Hang on. Before we do that, we don't need to do that anymore. It looks like it's updating in real time. I mean, it's kind of awkward that they're... I don't know why. Oh, because they're not in a collider. That's why they're red. They're not inside a zone. No, they are inside a zone. They're inside corridor A. You did miss a current frame plus plus. Yeah, it's here. Look, I'll make it more obvious. I don't know why they're not getting checked. I do know why they're not getting checked. I don't know why that's not getting checked. They should be green, right? Why are they green? They're not even in a zone. And why are they not green? Why are they not green? Was there anything in there that would trigger a check? No, let's walk in there for a sec. It's a good shout. Oh, Jesus Christ. Come on, guys. Now we should have triggered a check. Nothing. But even if we didn't trigger a check... it checks them all when it creates them. I'm comfortable deleting that. If it checks them all when it creates them, which it does, then these should be coming back as green. 100%. There's no doubt in my mind that that should be happening. Let's have a look at the check me function again. We ignore... Oh, of course, I know what it is. I didn't put these other two on the nav areas layer, which means they weren't getting ignored, which means that the nav area itself was causing it to consider it blocked. Because I'm passing into the collision check which layers to ignore, and I wasn't telling it to ignore the nav areas. Well, I was telling it to ignore the nav areas, but I hadn't set these two nav areas to actually be in the nav area layer. So now it should be fine. Yeah. Cool. So then we can expand the navigation grid, right? And then we can also say, if you're not inside a nav area, we don't care about you. Oh, of course, these are auto properties. You son of a bitch. Why did I do that? I thought I was being clever. And I was being clever, but... Is outside area. I think that subtly optimizes that a slight bit. Although it might de-optimize it. It's hard to say. Yeah, cool. I mean, we're not using that for anything, but we can color it differently. Let's see if that works. I mean, we probably just shouldn't draw it. We probably just shouldn't draw it. Cool. Save ourselves a bit on those debug draws. Oh, I moved the nav mesh. Of course I did. I do always use that in an if because A, it makes it much clearer what's going on, and B, if you want to add something else to go inside it, you don't have people forgetting to add the brackets. Nothing worse than a bug where someone forgot to add the brackets after adding two things that should happen inside an if. They thought they were being cool, missing off the brackets. Oh, I don't need the brackets, I'm only doing one thing. And then later on, they fuck it up by adding another thing and not putting the brackets in. Can't be dealing with that. Anyway, let's make the grid world size be, I don't know, 100 by 200 by 100. Shouldn't matter, most of them should just get turned off anyway. Your point exactly. Work long-time coders do not agree. Yeah, but you know. Look at that! Very cool. And if we wanted to optimize it further, we would just make more zones and shrink them down. So now, if we go all the way over here, this will be a good test. And then we select medbot 1. Damn it, medbot 1. I know you're busy. Fine. I'll make the test. I love those demon gazes. We'll steal the cabinet and bring it up here. See what they do. Actually, they won't chase it. We can make them chase it. I'm stealing your cabinet. Sorry, dead guy. It's for science. I need to turn off those debug logs for the flickering lights. Right, we've stolen the cabinet. Now they're not going to come for it because it's not in their hospital anymore. Oh my god, look at that. That's because the cabinet's blocking the entire path. That's pretty cool. But they're going to aim to go here, so they should be able to get there anyway. So, now we just need to increase the size of their sensor. Here they come. They're going to get caught on this corner. I can feel it in my bones. Oh no. I mean, it's a little jank, but they don't get caught. Look at that. It's almost cool. I'm pretty pleased with that. He finally got himself caught on a corner. Oh, the other guy helped him through it. Oh, you sons of bitches. And that's where the other problems with the navigation mesh come in. I mean, we're doing okay with the nav mesh. It works mostly. Can I squeeze through there? No. Nice. It's a little bit awkward getting these two corridors, but that's kind of the point. Jesus Christ. They've lost the plot. Don't worry, guys. I'm here to save you. It's this corner. They're trying to reach a nav point that they can never reach because it's inside the wall, or it's too close to the wall for their center to be able to reach. Like if we look at the... They're trying to reach this point, but their center can never reach it. So they're just subtly bouncing off the wall over and over again, which is why they're flickering back and forth. Solution to that is to give them more leeway on when they've reached a node. But I don't think that's a real solution to that, because I think it will cause extra problems. So that's a bit uncouth. We have a lot of navigation grid problems we need to solve, mainly around corners. Corners and edges. Like, the actual walking of the grid is fine. It's just we need to do something about when they need to do something like this. A tight corner. There's a few ways we could cheese it, I think. We could make all corners be kind of smoothed. I think that might mostly work. Maybe. It's hard to say, really. That's the biggest issue we've got at the moment. Everything else kind of works. I'm pretty stoked about our nav mesh. Hopefully it's more optimal now. I probably need to stagger the checking. So currently they're all counting at the same frame rate, right? I probably need to stagger it. Otherwise they're all going to be checking on the same frame, assuming they've all got stuff moving in them. But if they don't, then it's fine. Because currently this will be the only active zone, right? I should have put something on the zone that said whether it was active or not. Yeah, whatever. I can make that be public instead of private. What? Oh, that's my bad. Need to check? Yes, I do. I always need to check. Start room does not need to check. Corridor needs to check. You know why corridor needs to check? I think it's because of this son of a bitch. I think if I move this boulder out of the way. No, he still says he needs to check. But why? Nothing else should be moving. Yeah, catch you later, James. I agree, good progress. But what's moving? There's nothing moving in this corridor. Except for the eyes, but they don't count. I get it. I was never resetting need to check. Perhaps now? Doesn't need to check, does need to check, doesn't need to check, does need to check. That's because of this guy, I think. With his stuck rock. Yeah, it was. But then if I move one of these, well, is it? It's going to be hard to check. Because as soon as I select something to move it, I've only got 5 frames before I can see if it's turned back on. Hehehe, the perfect crime. This should start saying needs to check when the door goes back down. Certainly did. And then it's got caught on the rock. So it keeps saying need to check. Vaguely cool. Although I am starting to think I should just check their transforms instead. But that'd mean keeping a log of the history of their transforms, which would probably be suboptimal. Am I okay? I could just put that guy in his own zone. But then you're going to run into that issue later on when the player jams doors and stuff. You're going to run into this issue. So it is a problem that needs solving. Let's get rid of those debug messages. Let's do another debug message purge. It's been a while. I don't really know what this is. It's like an old file. Sure, I'll get rid of you. I don't think this file's even used, but whatever. Cool. Yeah, I don't know how we solve this. It could be a threshold instead of being 0. That might do it. I mean, it's not. It'll add some margin for error, but it should fix this problem, maybe. Need these guys to move again. Might need to tweak that threshold a bit based on, I don't know, something. But it does seem to mostly work. If nobody's moving, it doesn't bother to check. It doesn't count this door wiggling a little bit up and down, which you can't even see, but it is doing it. You can't see it because of the pixel perfect camera, but it is subtly wiggling. So that's cool. Yeah! I will need to tweak that need to check value, but whatever. That should have optimized our navigation mesh significantly. See how every time I move, need to check turns on. Pretty cool. See how when we leave, we go out of the list. For some reason, our trigger's in the list, which doesn't make a lot of sense. I should probably take the walls out of the list. I don't think we need the walls in the list. And we don't need any of these triggers in the list. But for now, that's fine. Pretty cool. So the main issue we have currently is these goddamn corners, which we can handle fine. But the pathfinding guys can't. Bit of a pisser, really. Oh well. Right. We're going to call it a day there. What have we accomplished? What have we accomplished today? It's always good to do a roundup. We started off by making the healing bots fire out those laser beams. That's pretty good. Then we added the houses and made them go back home when they run out of ammo. That's pretty good. We fixed a few bugs. That's pretty good. We made the lights and went through that whole flickering rigmarole, which is pretty good. And then we did the old nav mesheroo, which we had, but now we've optimized it, which is uber good, because that gets rid of a lot of my concerns for the future. And I think that's all we did. But it is a significant amount. So I'm pretty happy. So we'll call it a day. And see where the future takes us tomorrow, eh? Hope you guys have enjoyed it. I have. Hopefully it's been interesting. And I'll catch you later. Adios.